this, but that is where we're looking at. Again, you don't look at that and it doesn't jump out as something that would say there's a tornado developing there. The circulation, though, is evident a little bit on the velocity signature near Mannequin Sabot, and that is likely where this warning is coming in from. Mike, and you can query that if you want to, or you can just kind of relay the text information from that circulation. Go ahead.
The potential tornado over Sabot, 8 miles southeast of Goochland, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour.
Okay, right in there, Mannequin Sabot. So essentially, Mannequin Sabot area heading north and east. So if you're in the short pump area, you need to take those tornado safety precautions right now. Mannequin Sabot as well. I'd say anywhere along Tuckahoe Creek Parkway and 288 and points to the north as this moves in. Again, it is a long line of severe weather with that embedded circulation in there near Sabot. And again, we're looking right along. Again, this is Patterson Avenue running out the west through Mannequin. So there's 6 right there. So we're headed out, and then eventually River Road meets up with it once you get out toward Richmond Country Club. And so again, Mannequin Sabot area, this is going to be headed up to the north and east. This is the Capital One complex. So we're looking at the Tuckahoe Creek area, Tuckahoe Creek Parkway, West Creek, and it's going to continue to head north and east. So we're looking at the western part of Short Pump, so 288 and Broad Street, out through the big complex there of the western part of Short Pump Town Center, and then heading up toward Innsbrook and Wyndham. So this is moving into very highly populated areas. Circulation is going to be right in here, because it's going to be this area here. Again, it doesn't jump out as a very strong circulation, but that is the nature of the atmosphere that we're in right now. We have a very strongly sheared environment, and these storms are what we call low-top supercells. So they don't show up very well on radar, but the circulations, they can produce tornadoes. A lot of times they'll produce tornado before you even see the circulation, so it's a really difficult pattern to be in. But you see that little notch in the line right in here? That is where the potential tornado is developing. Mike is putting a storm track on there for us. Again, it's moving north and east at 55 miles per hour. So you got a whole lot of locations that are going to be in the path of this, and you don't have as much time as maybe you typically would with a slower moving storm. So you want to take this seriously as it comes in. Wyndham 12:14, Ashland 12:23. We're going to go Mango Hick at 12:35. Of course, the circulation itself may not last this long, but if it does, it's going to be headed toward Bowling Green at 12:44. So you can see what we're talking about here. This is out near Mannequin Sabot, and within 40 minutes, it would be all the way up into Caroline County. So that kind of speed with these storms, you've got to consider that. It's going to be coming quickly, and around 1 o'clock out toward the Tappahannock area. All right, so if you are in the path of this storm, you want to get as low as you can. If you've got a basement, that's great. If not, you just want to be on the lowest floor, away from any external walls. A hallway is always good. A bathroom off of a hallway is a great place. You don't want to have any windows wherever you are, and you want to always abandon cars and mobile homes and seek sturdy shelter. Do not get in a car right now. If you are somewhere, just hang tight, let this line move on through, and take care of whatever errands you have to after this line moves through the area. So again, 12:30 tornado warning. Goochland, Hanover, Henrico, and Powhatan. Does not include the city of Richmond. A track of this would go a little bit north of there. But again, circulation right there near the Mannequin Sabot area. Moving north and east, so Short Pump to Wyndham, to Capital One area, Hermitage Country Club out there, Kinloch as well. You guys are all right under that circulation at this point. It's continuing to track to the north and east. So Innsbrook, Wyndham area, Dominion Club, heading on up north, out as you get out north and west of 295 up Staples Mill as well. You guys are going to be in the path of this as it continues to move north and east very rapidly, 55 miles per hour, the speed on this line. Let's go back, Mike, when you get a moment and look at the whole line here. Again, there's what's going on. So again, out near Short Pump, this line's coming in. You've got a whole lot of just mess back in here. This is just gusty showers, essentially. It's not even any lightning in here. But this main line here, that is the most intense part of this whole cluster of storms, extending all the way back down toward Midlothian, Winterpock. Weather starting to really pick up there, Manborough area. We can look at some of these live shots that we have right now. You can see the one down Broad Street there in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Let's check out the Independence Golf Club cam. I don't see anything that's really jumping out in terms of any definition there. It's just kind of blacked out and raining heavily out there on the far west end, and it will get a little bit worse there in the next 15 minutes or so. And you can see that line as it approaches Blackstone as well, farther south, and eventually South Hill. Again, we've got another tornado warning, which is just south of the state line, and that is continuing to track to the east-northeast. So we could have something developing as we head into parts of Mecklenburg County, maybe a little bit south of South Hill, maybe another tornado warning coming out. But the one we have right now is for the Richmond area. Again, threat for a tornado continues here. That circulation continuing to jog to the north and east. As of right now, it appears as though it would be right in here. Again, this is not a very strong circulation in terms of it showing up on the presentation here. It could be stronger than this, but it's just not showing up very well just because of the type of atmosphere that we're in, where you have these low top supercells. It's not often that you get a very strong signature here, but that is what we're looking at, the potential there at least for a tornado as this continues to move through the far west end. And again, Mike's putting a lot of road names on there, so you'll be more familiar with where we're looking here. Again, there's Hockett and Mannequin running right off of River Road out west, just a little west of Richmond Country Club, and then farther north across 250 in here, and this is 64. And then we're looking at Highway 623 that runs up toward Ashland Road here. That's Highway 623. And then you got Pouncey Track that's running up here as well out toward Rockville. This is going to be Staples Mill Road right up in here. And you see Ashcake Road up here. So again, a lot of locations here in the west end are going to be impacted by this. Again, hopefully this ends up being just a lot of heavy rainfall and some gusty winds, but there is at least some small indication here that there could be a tornado developing. So the tornado warning was issued about 10 minutes ago, and it will continue for about another 7 minutes. And it's going to be this area right in here. It's about to cross 250 and Interstate 64, a little bit over to the east of Oilville. And so this is not going to be too far away from areas near 288 and 250 as well. So 288, 250, looking at areas around Windham, Innsbrook, all right along that line with that circulation. You see how quickly this continues to move. Again, the bulk of this is just going to be heavy rainfall and some gusty winds, but there is a chance. Let's go over to our Independence Golf Club cam, if you guys could pop that up. And that's on the far upper left, and you can pull it full, and you can see they're just getting slammed right now with the wind and rain. So that is the Independence Golf Club cam looking west, looking right into the teeth of this storm. Heavy rainfall, a lot of wind there, and again, that's located in the Founders Bridge neighborhood. So that is just inside of 288 and off of Huguenot Trail. So again, it is where Robius runs into Huguenot Trail, Founders Bridge. Let's see, it's really hard to see with all the rain coming down there, but let's go back over and look at what we've got on radar. And again, what we're looking at there is right down in here. So there's where Independence Golf Club is, and the line continues to move in. It's going to have a lot of wind with it and a lot of rain with it, and the potential at least for a tornado to develop. And you can see what we're looking at is wind. So strong winds here, going away from the radar, winds coming in toward the radar here in green. So right along that line, for the most part, it's a pretty smooth line with just strong straight line winds, but there are little circulations in there. And again, the circulation moving right across Interstate 64 now and near Rockville Road. So Mannequin to Rockville Road, right along Interstate 64. So looking out there toward about mile marker 172 to around 175, that will be the circulation coming up and now moving up toward Rockville. So stay alert in that area as this storm continues. This whole line of storms continues to move through the area. Down toward Mannequin Sabbath, weather's quieting down a little bit now. There's still some rain, but the circulation itself has moved on. So it's now shifting toward the Windham area, and it's going to be up near the Dominion Club. Again, very strong winds indicated right in here between Windham and out toward Rockville. So again, that is the main area of concern at this point, right off of Pouncey Track Road. There's Ashland Road there, so again, 623, and there's Shady Grove here on the southern end of all of this. So Shady Grove, Pouncey Tract, and heading up toward the Wyndham area, and then heading up north and east of there. Again, here is Staples Mill, Mountain Road, and there's Ashland Road. So again, a little bit farther north of there, we're getting up toward the Federal Club area, if you're familiar with that complex out that way. There's Knuckles Road in here as well. So let's zoom out just a little bit, Mike, if we can, and look at the circulation. Again, very high level winds in the far west end at this point. And not a confirmed tornado, but this was a Doppler radar indicated tornado. And so that's why the tornado warning was issued about 13 minutes ago. This warning technically only goes for, does it go till 12:30 or 12:15?
12:30, so 18 more minutes.
Oh, it does. Okay, so it does go till 12:30. All right, so 12:15 was the initial severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is going to go until 12:30. Okay, and so that's going to include Interstate 95 between Doswell and all the way down to a little bit over to the east of Glen Allen. So again, this is going to be affecting all of all the section of 33 between Glen Allen up toward Montpelier in Hanover County, and we're going to have the Powhatan part of the warning dropped if it has not already. There's no longer a threat in Powhatan for a tornado. That tornado is now, the potential for the tornado has now shifted into Hanover County and far northwestern sections of Henrico County. Here's the time of arrival. Again, it's basically in Wyndham right now. Ashland 12:22, Doswell 12:27, Mango Hick at 12:36, Bagby at 12:41, Central Point 12:48. And all the way down toward Montross. If this thing were to stay together, that's a long way out. We're talking about the northern neck here. Montross at 109. So again, that's based on a movement to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. This thing is flying. So if you are in this tornado warning area, you need to get into the basement or the lowest level of your home. And it's going to be a small area. Not all areas will be affected by the tornado, but you need to take these precautions just to be on the safe side. If you don't have a basement, not everybody's got a basement. In fact, most people don't. You want to get into an interior hallway, bathroom or closet, and away from any windows or exterior walls. And of course, you don't want to be in a car in a situation. So this is not the type of scenario where we're going to jump out and run a last-minute errand. You want to stay at home as this comes through the area. As of right now, there's not a very strong circulation showing up in here. Again, anywhere along the line, you can have these little spin-ups, but I'm not seeing a very strong circulation, no evidence of a strong circulation at this point. Notice how smooth this line is between the reds and greens, so no evidence of any circulation here. Just a little bit of a possible couplet in there once you get out towards Short Pump and Wyndham, but there's really not a whole lot in there. There doesn't have to be, though. There could easily be a little tornado spin up there. It's likely going to be the type of situation where you may get a tornado that develops, it goes away, it may touch down again briefly, and they can go away again. But there is enough in there to continue this tornado warning until 12:30, another 15 minutes. Broad area here, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for western half of King William County, all of Hanover County now that is not in the tornado warning, except for up toward Beaver Dam. They're now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Down in the city of Richmond, all of the city of Richmond in a severe thunderstorm warning, as well as parts of Chesterfield County as well. That goes until 1 o'clock. So the threat here is for winds of 60 miles per hour. That is a base level severe thunderstorm warning. And again, we have several different levels of severe thunderstorm warning. You have the base one, then you have the considerable one when you have severe thunderstorm warnings that can produce 70 mile per hour winds. And if it's 80 miles per hour, that's called a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So we're at the base level right now, which is still enough to produce some damage, but I just want to clarify, and when we have that, there is room for this to be worse, and fortunately we are on the lower end of it at this point. All right, so we're looking at this line and little kinks in the line. There's not much in there in terms of a really strong circulation, but enough to have a tornado warning issued, and it's going to be right in here. So that circulation is going to come, I'd say, about 2 miles just outside of 295 and 33. So near the Tyson's chicken plant is where this circulation will likely pass. It likely went right over, let's see, Knuckles Road and 295 out near the Henrico County landfill and now it's going to continue to go north and east and likely go right across where the Tyson's chicken plant is located. And there's a look again at the velocity data, and there's nothing that really jumps out as a strong circulation. But again, there was enough of a little bit of a couplet in there that triggered this warning, and we're going to stick with this as the potential for a tornado. So you can see some of the roads that Mike Stone is in here. He's manning the map for me, throwing some of these roads on here. Again, you saw Greenwood Road that runs a little bit north of 295 right in here. There's Cedar Lane, Ashcake Road, Ashland Road back here. And again, this is moving very quickly. So we were initially talking about this over Manikin Sabot. Now we're talking about this thing coming up toward Ashland. There's Green Top in here and up 95 and up Route 1 toward Ashland. That whole corridor will be in a threat for, at a minimum, the threat for some straight line winds, but potentially a brief tornado could develop in that area. So again, it's making very quick progress across the area, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So you need to, even if you're not right under the storm, need to prepare as this comes in. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. Then that is likely going to just continue along this whole line. So we're looking farther south. So this is going as far east now as Lawrenceville. So this is Brunswick County here, and we're looking at Mecklenburg County down here. So right along the North Carolina line, the southern end of this now being warned, and that goes all the way down toward Lake Gaston area. Again, the main issue at this point is the tornado warning. We've got a brand new tornado warning, do we not? This rod? Okay, we clipped that off, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
It clipped out Powhatan, and it continues for the rest of the area, and the speed's been updated to 50 miles an hour now.
50 miles per hour, okay, so just slightly slower than initially thought. So the circulation, you know, there could be spin-ups anywhere along this line. Down near, again, down near where that Tyson's chicken plant is, looks like there could be a circulation there. There could be one a little bit to the east of Montpelier. But you've been seeing these things tracked for many, many years, and nothing really jumps out as a significant circulation. Mike's manning the radar. He's got eyes on everything out here, and so he'll let us know if we see any damage coming in from anywhere. I'm looking over at the Independence Golf Club camera on the far west end. Things have really settled down there. Just a little bit of rain, but the winds have calmed down just a bit. So they got that line blasted through there, and it continues to now approach the 95 corridor, still back to the west a little bit, and Mike has queried some of the winds here. So these winds, while they are elevated, they're off the surface a bit. They're over 60 miles per hour. And when a storm comes in, it disrupts the atmosphere. You can get some of those winds that get translated down to the surface. So that's what happens. The turbulence that occurs when a storm comes in can make those winds make their way down to the surface level, and that can produce damage. So you can sample these winds. They're not necessarily occurring at the surface, but there's the potential for them too as that line moves through. All right, we continue to track the line of storms. We get back over to the intensities, Mike, and just look at the actual rainfall with this. Okay, so there is the line of storms approaching Ashland now, approaching Glen Allen. So Glen Allen, but really this is going to be Woodman Road. Woodman Road and 295 is kind of the leading edge of the heavier rain as it's moving in. So that is going to be pushing right through where Green Top is on 95 all the way up to Ashland. It's going to come through. It's going to be pretty heavy, windy for about 20 minutes, and then it'll all kind of settle down once again. And within this line of storms, you've got these little embedded circulations. And as of right now, there's not one that jumps out as a very strong circulation. The original storm was near Sabot. Their original circulation near Sabot. And it could be right in here is where it looks like it would be just a little bit northwest of Ashland at this point. There could also be just a little bit of a buckling here as well. That's going to be just a little bit to the west of Interstate 95. The tornado warning was issued at about 11:58, and now we're at 12:20. It goes till another 10 minutes. They're going to stick with that tornado warning coming out from the National Weather Service, and you can see the counties that are affected now. Powhatan's no longer affected. A little bit of Goochland, but I can tell you that this is the only part of Goochland here that's out near Manikin Sabot, and that is really not in the threat area any longer. So Goochland could be lopped off of this as well, and mainly a Hanover and Henrico County situation at this point. And for Henrico County, Even the short pump area is now on the west end of this. The worst of it is now moved on by, so it's almost becoming entirely just in Hanover County at this point based on the really fast forward movement of this. You can see who's in the warning. Doswell down to Ashland. Kings Dominion area is going to be on the northern end of this, all the way down toward Ashland. And Randolph-Macon College, you guys are in the path of this as well, coming in right now within a matter of minutes. Mike, you got something?
Yeah, we just got a notification from our web department. Hanover County Public Schools are sheltering in place. So for the county, their students, faculty, and staff for schools that are west of Route 301 are sheltering in place and following their established safety plan. So Hanover County schools are sheltering in place now.
Okay, and it's just 12:22. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's some students that are on kind of a school, and then maybe they head to something outside or off campus. But yes, apparently they're all being kept there and they're being kept safe, and that is a good place to be. Schools are very sturdy structures, a lot of cinder block structures, so that's a good place to be. And lowest floor, most schools are on generally one floor. All right, so we're looking at Ashland 1223. Which is essentially right now. Mango Hick 1239, Bagby at 1243, Central Point 1251, over toward Montrose at 113. If this holds together, this is based on the updated speed of 50 miles per hour. Initially it was 55, that's been brought down just a little bit, but that's still very fast closing speed. So again, it's moving in and out quickly in a way that's good because you don't have to stay in your safe spot for a really long time, but also you need to just sort of have that forward thinking. And if you live up in this area, start talking about it, because this line's coming in pretty quick and you need to have that safety plan in place. Again, a broad area in yellow under a severe thunderstorm watch till 6 p.m. These areas in orange, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. This one till 12:30 down south. We've got a new one here that is going to be until likely about 12:45 or 1 o'clock, and then of course we have the tornado warning that remains in effect until 12:30, which is going to be about another 6-7 minutes from right now. Again, there's nothing really evident in terms of any strong circulation with this. At times there have been little areas where we could have had potentially a small spin up, but I'd say the threat area at this point is going to be between Ashland and Doswell. So Ashland area, so Randolph-Macon College up toward around Kings Dominion, Meadowvent Park. In this area here is where we're looking at the potential for a circulation to develop. We're getting into a little bit more rural areas. Of course, the 95 corridor is pretty populated, but once we get east of there, then we're moving into more rural sections. Still a lot of people out there, but this has cleared to most of the highly populated far west end area of Richmond and continues to track to the north and east. So again, Patrick Henry High School, you guys are right in the threat area, so we're looking right along Highway 54 that runs west-northwest out of Ashland over toward Montpelier. And again, this is a storm that developed way off to our west. This is the first tornado warning we've had for Virginia today, and it just happened to be in the far west end of Richmond, so it happened to be in a very highly populated area. I think Weather Service taking no chances with this as they saw a little bit of a circulation. So there is what you need to do. If you are in the path of this storm, you want to get into a basement or the lowest level possible. If you don't have a basement, most people don't have a basement. If you don't have that, you can just get in the lowest level and into an interior hall or a bathroom or closet. No external walls, no walls that have windows, outside windows to them. And then, of course, you don't want to be in a car in a situation like this. I mentioned yesterday this would be a good day just to have lunch at the office. Don't go out and be driving around. Trees coming down, they are a killer around here. As great as it is to have as many trees as we have, they are very, very dangerous in situations like this because the wind's cranked up late last night. They've been going all day long, and then you add these strong gusts with these storms in there, and it can bring the trees down. I think that's our main threat, the straight line winds and the potential for trees, power lines to come down. The secondary threat are tornadoes. When we have a tornado warning, it's a serious thing. We've got to cover it second by second. But again, all on this line, you can't discount the fact that there could be very strong winds in here that can produce more damage in some cases than a small tornado would. So again, this line continues to move. The strong winds line up right along Interstate 95, from 95 and 295 down all the way into downtown Richmond. It is pouring here at the station now, so we've got that steady roar of heavy rainfall here. There's a look through our Independence Golf Club cam, and there's a look from our rooftop cam, and you can see the wind, heavy rainfall at this point. And the tornado warning is north of us, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning at this time for winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. So again, that's a live look through our Sky Tracker camera located on top of CBS 6. All right, so looking at how this thing is progressing, Mike, let's go back over to the intensities and look at the actual rainfall with this. There's a lot of wind with this, and there is the rain with this from Doswell to Meadow Event Park, down through Ashland and Hanover right here, down through Glen Allen, and then right through downtown Richmond. Out towards Short Pump, the rain's much lighter. Wyndham, same story. Manikin-Sabot, same story. It's settling down now back in Tuckahoe, and University of Richmond, not quite as heavy as it was just about 5 minutes ago. And this line continues to march very quickly to the east. Individual little cells in this could be moving as fast as 50 miles per hour, and that is the warned speed of this section of storms. So again, looking at this, you know, the best chance for circulation here, I'd say maybe right in here, which is running toward the very end of the warning polygon. And so we're looking at 301 and Highway 30. So again, Doswell's right there. So we've got Kings Dominion is right here, Meadow Event Park here. We head on over to 30, which heads all the way down to Mango Hick and eventually heads all the way down to West Point. So we're starting to get this line affecting areas now east of Interstate 95. It's lining right up and down Interstate 95 all the way down to downtown Richmond. You got another section of storms up for Spotsylvania, heavy rainfall toward Goochland. No severe weather threat though in the Goochland area or Powhatan or Amelia or Crew. It's everything shifting to the east now very quickly and blowing through the Richmond area. Rough weather down the Powhite, all the way down Hull Street as well, down Iron Bridge Road, the leading edge of this, Iron Bridge Road and 288. A lot of heavy rainfall and gusty winds there as well. And then over toward Varina, down toward Osborne Landing, strong winds there. Out toward RIC. Let's check the airport cam if we've got that. We'll look at the camera out at RIC and look at that, and you guys can pull that up full if you want. I don't think it's quite hit there just yet, but no, it has not hit there yet, but this will change dramatically in about, I would say, 5 minutes time. So the visibility is fine right now. It will not be in just a moment when the storm hits there. Again, this is what it looks like from the top of WTVR looking down Broad Street. You can't even see really past that traffic light there, which is only about 1/8 of a mile away. There's a look at the far west end. This is through our Independence Golf Club cam looking back to the west, so it's just a general moderate to heavy rainfall. The severe weather threat has ended there. And another look here, this is up at Meadow Event Park, and you can see the rain kind of coming in sideways there as that line is now moving into the Doswell area. They've got strong winds in that area. Okay. Go ahead.
I have a bunch of updates for you, Zach.
All right.
Well, the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire at 12:30. We have additional severe thunderstorm warnings in all those areas you see in orange. That does include like Stafford County now. And the rest of the viewing area is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 6, but our far southeastern counties were just issued with a tornado watch.
Okay, so everybody that wasn't in the severe thunderstorm watch to our east till 6, new tornado watch has been issued, and that includes most of just the Hampton Roads area, but it does include Greensville County as well as Sussex and Surrey counties and James City County, and again all of the Norfolk area. So that is a tornado watch that's been issued. Again, the line as it comes through, it's going to neutralize the atmosphere to the point that we're not going to get a very good chance for any more severe weather. So that's happening right now. We've got this big line of severe storms that continues to move through the Richmond area. And it is just really working the atmosphere over to the point that it's just likely not going to recover. And so what that means is while the watch goes until 6 o'clock, the severe weather threat's going to end far earlier than that. It may take a while for it to end out to our east, but for us in Richmond, you're not going to have to be on edge for that long. All right, so there's a look at the area of thunderstorms that we're tracking. Continues to move through Richmond, and strong winds out ahead of this could have wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour along that line, and it is moving to the east, and the whole line going at what, 40 miles an hour, Mike?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at Chester at 1236, Varina at 1240. Over toward Quinton, so that's right along Highway 249 over in New Kent County. Quinton at 1257. Miller's Tavern, which is out on 360, just a little bit south and west of Tappahannock, at 104. And then Tappahannock at 111. Center Cross, so we're looking out in Essex County, just on this side of the Rappahannock, that's at 118. Warsaw up in the northern neck at 119, and West Point at 125. So again, it's a fast moving line of storms. As it comes through, expect strong wind gusts. The bulk of the winds along this line are going to be 30 to 40 miles per hour, but there could be some isolated areas that get wind gusts of 60 plus as this line comes in. It's not going to be everybody, but you can't tell just by looking at this long line of strong straight line wind velocities what areas will actually realize those strong winds to the surface. So you just have to be prepared for that as it comes on through. So the heaviest rainfall right now in the Fan here in Richmond on down toward Church Hill. Then farther south toward Bensley, the Philip Morris plant there as well, Westover Hills. Once you get out a little bit west of Carytown, out toward Windsor Farms, and particularly out toward Tuckahoe, University of Richmond, the rain really starts to let up a little bit. The winds letting up a little bit as well. Richmond International Raceway, Richmond Raceway, getting heavy rainfall at this point. They're right in the middle of it all. Again, there's Bensley, there's Bellwood, and again, we're looking at the Chippenham here and farther south toward Iron Bridge Road, Cogbill Road. Lots of heavy rainfall in that area. Beach Road, Pocahontas State Park, just south of 288. Nash Road as well. Very heavy rainfall. The Highlands neighborhood area. There's Lake Chesden. So you guys are on the leading edge of this in Lake Chesden as that rain comes in. Very heavy rainfall there. And then Petersburg, and then we've got Sutherland. It's going to be right in here. So heavy weather over Wilson is going to hit Sutherland here. Darville's over to Dinwiddie to DeWitt. McKinney and Rawlings. This whole 85 corridor is going to be rough. Wouldn't head north or south on that. South Hill, this other area of storms, which is severe at this point, with winds potentially approaching 60 miles per hour down to Bracy and around Joyceville. Again, no circulations indicated this time that would prompt a tornado warning, so that is a good thing, but still some very high level winds indicated here. Now a little bit to the east of Mechanicsville. You go from, again, just behind the line, not much wind, 17 miles per hour, and then we're looking at winds approaching 70 miles per hour. And again, what we're looking at here, this is elevated off the surface, but when you get that turbulent mixing as a line of storms comes in, some of those winds could translate down to the surface and be realized at the surface level. It will be very transient. Some areas may see strong winds, some areas may not. Not everybody's going to get that. And you can see a couple of reports now coming out. So thunderstorm wind gusts in Henrico County, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, outdoor furniture overturned. This was by a spotter out there. And then we've got a couple other reports. So for the most part, this is good. Just a few damage reports is great. No confirmed tornado either. Let's see, Lunenburg County, tree down. We've seen a lot of that out west. Trees down, power lines down as well. We'll likely have some power outages here in Richmond. Quite a few reports coming out of Pittsylvania County. I think Mike's probably checking the power outage report now from Dominion. Earlier, we had less than 1,000 customers without power. You get a line that comes through like this, likely you jump a few thousand without power in short order. Maybe it doesn't last very long. Hopefully that'll be the case. And typically that is the case unless you get actual lines that are down and disconnected for some reason. But you can see that we do have some damage reports from this line, particularly back, again, in Henry County near Martinsville and down in Pennsylvania County around Danville. Quite a few reports also into Halifax County. So any report on the power outages?
5,500 in the Richmond area, and then down towards Midlothian, about 90, and down towards the Tri-Cities, about 450.
Okay, so we jumped from less than 1,000 to over 5,000 in short order, which is normal for a line like this to come through. There's a lot of stuff swaying around out there with this type of wind, so pretty common to get that. No flood warnings or advisories at this point. There's going to be a lot of heavy rainfall. I think that over an inch of rain in quite a few areas is going to be pretty likely with this that comes through, so ponding on the roadways will be another issue you have to contend with. Once the wind settles down, you just going to have to take care as you're getting out and around and trying to get some stuff done this afternoon once this line continues to clear the area. Northern end of the line is a little bit south of Bowling Green, and again, that's going to be right along 301. So that's a rough ride, Bowling Green, all the way down through Panola and out toward Mango Hick, and continuing to track over to the east. A little bit of a lull out toward Doswell and Ashland. And so this is going to be heavy rainfall around Mattaponi Springs area, now shifting just a little bit east of there, and then coming all the way down 301 into the 295, 301 area over toward Mechanicsville. Eventually Old Church here, right up 360 in Manquin. In Central Garage, so stay alert. That line's going to be pretty robust as it moves through Central Garage here shortly, and it is just it's just an all-out moderate to heavy rain event here now, from downtown Richmond to Midlothian and out toward Brandermill and Pocahontas State Park, Winterpock area, Woodlake, out toward Magnolia Green, heavy rainfall out in that area, and that continues all the way down toward Manborough. So we're looking all the way down into Amelia County now, Nottoway County, with this big area here of heavy rainfall, and that's fine. You know, heavy rain we can handle. A little bit of wind as well, some severe winds, so you need to prepare for that. But no tornado warnings at this time, and there has been a tornado watch issued. We had the one warning earlier, which has been allowed to expire. The new watch has come out, and that is for southeast sections of Virginia. It does include Greensville County as well as Sussex and Surrey counties, and then down Route 58 over toward Cortland and Franklin down into Hampton Roads. Other areas have been added, the areas in yellow through the northern neck and middle peninsula to the severe thunderstorm watch. That continues until 6 o'clock. And then within this, on a much shorter time scale, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued from Doswell to Ashland to downtown Richmond. That goes until 1 o'clock. So for Caroline, Hanover, Henrico, and King William counties, a portion of those counties until 1 o'clock. And again, the main threat here, and what this just means, is that these storms will be capable of producing wind gusts, in this case up to 60 miles per hour. Not worried about hail with this, just a wind event here. At any point you could get a little circulation that could develop in here and produce a small spin-up tornado. We had that potential earlier. That is not showing up at this point. So again, this is a base severe thunderstorm warning. There are 3 different levels, so just to say that there is room for this to be worse, and it's not, so that's a good thing. This is a base level. If it had winds of up to 70, it'd be called a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Winds up to 80 would be called a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So again, there are the classifications. This was added just a couple years ago, so we're looking at a baseline severe thunderstorm warning, and not for the hail, but just for the wind. And again, we have not seen any of these 2, so that is a very good thing. So far, all of the warnings have been that baseline warning, aside from, of course, the tornado warning. All right, thanks, Mike. Let's go back and look at what we've got on radar. We continue to have a lot of heavy rainfall. West End, it's moderate rain, a little bit of heavy rainfall. The leading edge of the severe weather is around Mechanicsville to east of Richmond through Sandston. And then farther south, approaching Chester, this line continues to stretch all the way south and west. And again, down toward Winterpock and Manborough, you guys are still getting hit hard with the heavy rainfall. Wilson's area and Blackstone, Kinbridge, Dundas. These storms will continue to track to the east pretty quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the segment of the storm farther south through South Hill at this point, approaching Lawrenceville. So it's a rough ride on 85 once you get south and west of Alberta down toward South Hill. Things out at Meadow Event Park have now settled down. See a couple of tent structures that are still standing, so that's good. The wind didn't get those airborne. And still tracking this line as it moves over into now parts of the Middle Peninsula. We're getting over there now and up toward the northern neck as well. Not quite there, but getting there with this line around Bagby and Mango Hick, and just a little bit to the west of Old Church. So the line is almost moved outside of that 295, 895, 288 perimeter around the Richmond area at this point. Still on the far east end, and just still getting a good bit of rain from Doswell to Ashland back toward Montpelier, and even into downtown Richmond. Still a good bit of rainfall, but the severe winds have shifted east, and the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 1 o'clock, and you can see where it cuts off. So it does not include Charles City County just yet, and it doesn't include New Kent County just yet. It may be extended farther to the east here momentarily, but right now, Verina 1246, right now it's 1241. We're looking at Battery at 1255, Colonial Heights 104, Tappahannock 109, and Hopewell at 111, Warsaw 117, down toward West Point at 131, and Lotsburg at 137. So again, 137 way out here in the Lotsburg area. So that just shows you how quickly this whole line is moving through the area. Right now, it's a fairly smooth transition from winds that are flowing away from the radar here in this peach shading and toward the radar here in the color that's more reddish and greenish. So again, it's pretty smooth. We're not seeing any notches in there. If you see a notch in there, that would indicate more of a circulating wind. So that's good. This is all just a straight line wind event at this point. There still could be damage with straight line winds, clearly, but not seeing anything real evident at this point. There's a little bit of inbound winds right in here, and that's going to be east of Chamberlain. Once you get up into Hanover County near the Pamunkey River. So again, moving into King William County, maybe right in there. But again, we are looking, that's looking very, very, very minute. And so I wouldn't be very concerned with that at this point. All right, so again, just tracking this line of severe weather as it continues to move. It is now passing east of Richmond and the far east end out towards Sanson. Let's go over and check out our Millionaire cam again. And it should be hitting hard there at the airport at this point. And you can see the upper left-hand part of your screen. That is the Millionaire cam.
Oh, sorry.
This is the Doswell camera, and there's the camera out at the airport. Obviously, it's darker here on the left side because we were looking north and east, so the storm's going to be coming in from this direction, and overspreading has not quite hit there with full force just yet, but I would imagine all flights are being held either on the tarmac or held outside of RIC from coming in as this line moves through, because they will have strong cross-runway winds as that moves in. There's a look at our camera out at the Diamond, and you can see a little bit of wind out there, a little bit of rain, but nothing too significant at this point. And there's our shot up at Meadow Event Park up in the Doswell area. So again, this guy made it through just fine. It's anchored pretty well. Far west end, our Independence Golf Club cam looking fine. We've got Cole Pearson out on the roads as well, and we can pull up his live shot at some point and check out what's going on with him. Again, there's a look here from the top of WTVR, looking back to the west, I believe.
It was at Petersburg.
Petersburg, yeah. I was going to say, I don't know that tower right there. So yeah, this is our Petersburg camera. And there's a look at just the broad area of watches and warnings. Again, the severe thunderstorm watch in yellow until 6 o'clock, tornado watch in red until 6 o'clock. And again, most of this is going to be for the Hampton Roads area. And the threat for severe weather, I got to tell you, out west even has greatly diminished with this line of storms coming through. It was marginal to begin with temperatures that were only in the mid 60s. Humidity levels with dew points only in the upper 50s, so it was one of those situations that you had all the wind shear in the world that you needed for rotating storms and tornadoes, but just barely enough heat and humidity to tap into that. And that's a good thing. It could have been a huge event, which obviously you need that kind of heat and humidity when you walk out and you feel that heat and humidity. You need that in conjunction with the wind shear to get a big event. Unfortunately, it was not expected to be very warm and humid today, and it wasn't. That's a good thing, but still, with the amount of shear that we have, we did end up with lots of warnings, and we still have quite a few warnings, at least just one tornado warning. That's the good news. All right, that severe thunderstorm warning for South Hill has been updated. It's no longer in the Chase City area. This is now in just far eastern sections of Mecklenburg County, and down into southwestern sections of Brunswick County. So Alberta down to South Hill and down Route 58, some rough weather there. We still have the warning here. This would go to 1 o'clock, does it not, Mike? Another 15 minutes? Okay, but the western part of this polygon is not in the threat area any longer. So out in here, this area has been fairly neutralized. It's really just the eastern part of this. So I'd say from Chester out towards Sandston, running just outside of Richmond out toward Old Church, up 360. You're going to be in the threat for some stronger winds as this continues to move through. Looking at the airport camera, getting really dark as we look north as that line of storms continues to come in. Again, the line's stunting up from around Bagby way up north in up towards Central Point down through Mango Hick, and this will continue to track into the Middle Peninsula. Right on the edge of it is Old Church, so that's moving in right now. Mechanicsville still getting very heavy rainfall down toward Highland Springs as well, and then down toward again the Sandston area. That storm just now, the leading edge of it just now coming into the airport. So you can see RIC right in here, and they've got a whole slew of very heavy rainfall. So likely some delays here from some air traffic coming in and out of Richmond International. And no circulations at this point in terms of any tornadic circulations. That's a good thing. Still the potential for straight line winds, though, as this line of storms continues to progress from west to east and picking up in short order. I'd say easily half an inch to upwards of an inch of rainfall. And this, even with just sporadic strong winds, has resulted in a lot of power outages. We had less than 1,000 power outages and before the line came through, and now we jumped to over 5,000 power outages here in the Richmond area. That number will probably climb a bit more as well. Mike's showing us the rate of precipitation here and how hard it is raining. Now, this is, 1.6 inches per hour. It's not going to sit in one area for an hour, but, half an hour, you pick up more than 3/4 of an inch of rain, and that is very likely as this storm moves through. And again, the intensity of rainfall on the leading edge of this is not the same as the back part of it, where it's going to be a much lighter. But again, it's going to be a good soaking rainfall. Ponding on the roads will be an issue. We're not looking at a widespread flooding event by any stretch, but again, it's going to make some of these roads kind of dangerous at times to drive on. So once the severe weather passes by, just keep that in mind, that there's still going to be a lot of water on the roads getting out and about. All right, so this line continues to travel from west-east pretty quickly, and now the worst of this is going to be out right along 295 and now approaching parts of New Kent County, Charles City County. You guys are not under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, and just a little bit of King William County, the western half of King William County, but I would say the rest of you have a chance for this to be extended. Same story for King and Queen County right in here. So you guys are not in at this point, but it may be extended here shortly and up into Essex County as well. So Tappahannock area, Center Cross, Miller's Tavern. No warnings for you guys yet out in the Middle Peninsula, but that could change here. Likely will change here in just a little bit. Out west, it's just moderate to heavy rainfall around Powhatan and Goochland. Dillwyn area, Farmville, Cullen, Crew, Blackstone, Cambridge, again, just moderate to occasionally heavy rainfall. Things have really settled down once you go pretty far west. And again, all of this rain acting to neutralize the atmosphere and kind of level everything out again. So it's really limiting any additional severe weather threat as this line comes through the area. All right, looking at velocity data, not seeing anything of significance at this point. It's just mainly strong winds. And again, when we're looking at this, Tappahannock down to Aylett, these really hot peach shadings would indicate strong winds. They're off the surface, but they could work their way down to the surface and produce some sporadic wind damage. So again, that line is going to be basically the agent that mixes the atmosphere and creates some of that stronger wind and allows some of that to work its way down to the surface. We'll see if that is realized. We have had some damage reports so far that have come in from areas a little bit west of Richmond and down into southwest Virginia. And most of these have been pretty few and far between, which is really good. No threat for tornado and no tornado reports at this point. So that is also a good thing to see. So right now there's a couple more reports coming out. This is Mechanicsville area. So we have power lines down Route 643, vicinity of Brooks Hollow. That's going to be near Mechanicsville at 12:35. So there's just some wind damage there. You got some out near Mosley. You had a wind report. National Weather Service employee reported that in the north end, and a couple damage reports. But this is good. This is manageable. We've seen events that have had a lot more than this. Okay, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning, likely extending what we already have, and that is what it's doing. So again, it's taking the line that's in here and expanding this warning to now include Westmoreland County as well as Essex County in here. So you can see it's Caroline, Essex, King William, and King and Queen County. Let's go back a little bit. Mike, it should include Westmoreland County as well. That's what it looks like it is, at least. Yeah, so it's in Westmoreland County. I don't know why that wasn't included, but that's right in here. Oh, there it is. There we go. All right, so we had a different one. All right, so there's a couple: Essex, King, Queen, Richmond, and Westmoreland County. You also have the storm extending farther south, just a little bit east of Richmond. Does not include Charles City or down into New Kent. So this part of the line just not quite as intense. It could still be issued farther to the east. So you guys, at the very least, should expect some very heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. I would think you might be put under a warning as well, but consider yourself warned either way as this line continues to work its way from west to east. Again, Richmond still technically under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time, although the threat has shifted over to the east. Mike's drawing a storm track there from the leading edge of this. The main threat here will be damaging straight line winds, which could approach 60 miles per hour. And that line, as it continues to move to the east at 50 miles per hour, will be approaching Tappahannock at 109. Current time is 12:52. Warsaw at 116, and then all the way down, we're talking about areas that are way out in southern Maryland now. So again, fast movement here of this line of storms moving into the northern neck and middle peninsula. All right, farther south, we've got heavy rainfall from Richmond all the way down toward Chester here. Blackstone area, you've got the worst of it come on through the area and continuing to move to the east toward Petersburg and Dinwiddie. So another storm projection there showing Varina at 12:52, DeWitt at 103, Matoaka at 110, Petersburg at 116, West Point at 134, Newville 140, and Saluda, and essentially Urbana as well at 149. So way out in Middlesex County, Saluda and Urbana. So we're looking at this area right out in here. All right, so there are your warnings in orange. We've got far southern Virginia, got a severe thunderstorm warning there. The rest of this, severe thunderstorm warnings for the Richmond area and points to the east. Broad area in yellow is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 6 o'clock, and then added in the past 20 minutes was a tornado watch as well. Once you head down 64 into James City County and York County, Surrey County, Sussex County, Greensville County, and points over to the east. So tornado watch in that area. A slightly better chance with a little bit more warmth and a little bit more moisture to get some more vertical development of storms to tap into that strongly sheared environment. We've got the same shear here. We just didn't have enough of an updraft in these storms to produce tornadoes, which is really a good thing. Wind gust right now 30 miles per hour in Richmond, 47 miles per hour down in Norfolk. We did have a gust of 52 miles per hour right around the noon hour here, and that's the max wind gust for today. 52 in Richmond, 49 in Ashland, 51 down in Norfolk, 48 in Danville. So there have been some significant wind gusts, and we are far from over, because the wind gusts outside of storms, this actually occurred before the storm even hit the Richmond area. It's just an environmental wind, a very intense wind based on differential pressure. And as really strong low pressure moves to our north, we're getting these strong winds in response to that pressure difference. The rain is stretching from central Pennsylvania all the way down through D.C., through Richmond, all the way down toward the Raleigh-Durham area. And again, you have these little line segments in here that could produce some damaging winds. In some cases, if they get potent enough of an updraft, you could end up with a tornado warning as well. Sunshine breaking out once you get out toward Danville to Roanoke, out towards Charlottesville. It's still a little bit of light rain, but they'll likely break out into some sunshine a bit later on, and probably the same thing for us as well after about 3 or 4 o'clock. Our temperature 61 in Richmond, 64 in West Point. Again, this is very marginal for severe weather. Again, it's one of those situations where the shear, about a 7 out of 10. The instability in terms of the heat and humidity, about a 2. So highly sheared, just not a lot of potential to get real strong vertical development. So that's a good thing. All right, Mike is stepping us through the forecast for the rest of today. And you can see how the rain continues to progress eastward. We're done around here probably prior to 3 p.m., but around 3, and everybody's done by 5 p.m. Additional showers and storms possible out west, but I think they're going to be very just anemic, not much to them. There's just not going to be a whole lot of punch with it. The atmosphere's been worked over so strongly that I just don't see much else developing that's got more kick to it. All right, beyond this, again, we get through the next few hours of the wind that we're going to have, and we end up with a cooler couple of days to wrap up this work week. Maybe a couple of showers this weekend. I'm not expecting much. I wouldn't change any outdoor plans that you might have. It's not going to be the most beautiful weekend, but it's not going to be a washout either. That's the good news. As we get into next week, I think the big story for next week is going to be the warmth. We're talking about temperatures in the 70s, 60s and 70s, maybe for a 3-4 day stretch there. All right, so again, looking back at what we have at hand at the moment is just a lot of rain and some wind, and this one segment here moving through the Middle Peninsula now, that has a warning on it. This area here in Richmond will be dropped here shortly in about 3 minutes, but we do have severe weather coming into the Middle Peninsula and Northern Neck. So Montrose area, you guys stay alert, as well as Warsaw and Tappahannock, down towards Center Cross, out toward Miller's Tavern as well in here. That's right over Aylett. So Aylett's getting hit with the leading edge of this. It's coming through King William, farther south around Tunstall as well. And again, the area farther south, once you get into Charles City County and New King County, you guys are not in a severe thunderstorm warning. I would expect there's some gusty winds and a lot of heavy rainfall with this, but the more consistent, more intense line is a bit farther to the north. Again, this part of the warning coming to an end. This will be canceled here or allowed to expire shortly, and then it'll be up north, and then a little bit of a segment down to the south, which actually may be coming to an end as well. So again, mainly Northern Neck and Middle Peninsula for this northern line of storms will be our main focus here for the next hour or so. You've got these storms down here as well. South Hill to Lawrenceville to close to Alberta, so far eastern sections of Mecklenburg County and southwest sections of Brunswick County as that line continues to move through. And you can see that's a pretty intense line, so I would expect this to continue to get extended farther over to the east for you guys over in Greensville County, Dinwiddie County likely, and also into Sussex County once this expires here at 1 o'clock. So again, still tracking severe weather here through central Virginia. Moving over to the east pretty quickly now. Movement here is about 50 miles per hour. The leading edge is around Aylett, approaching King William, and then down toward Quinton. And the northern end of that line is up toward Helmet. It's be approaching Montrose here in a little bit. Things quiet, although kind of gray and kind of windy in the northern neck, but that will change as this line comes through. And the line looks still fairly intense to where we could have wind gusts in that 60 mile per hour range as it comes on through. In the Richmond area at this point, just a little bit of wind, not as much wind as we had earlier, and wind gusts around 25 to 30 miles per hour, and just a lot of rain, a lot of moderate to heavy rainfall. There's going to be some street flooding with this, so once the warnings are allowed to expire and you want to get out and about and get some stuff done, just keep that in mind. There'll be some ponding on the roads. That's a very strong signal for strong straight line winds here that we're seeing from areas out to Port Royal all the way down 17, Port Royal down to Tappahannock along Route 17. It gets pretty intense just around Tappahannock, and then looking at 360 down toward Aylett. Again, that is the leading edge of this. King William area as well, very strong winds. We have a new flood warning that has just come out, and that is a flood advisory for the Richmond area. Okay, so Midlothian to Richmond to Mechanicsville, Sandston, Varina, till 4 o'clock for Chesterfield, Hanover, and Henrico in the city of Richmond. Because of the heavy rainfall, we've easily picked up more than a half of an inch of rainfall in short order, and may double down on that with more rain that continues to move through the area. All right, so that is what's going on right now. The severe thunderstorm warning has ended for the Richmond area. It is now moving over into the northern neck and middle peninsula. We are going to continue to track this for you here and update you online. I'm here with meteorologist Mike Stone, and we've got crews out on the roads checking out any damage, giving us live video streams of what is happening. Severe thunderstorm watch technically continues until 6 o'clock. I think the warnings will be primarily over to our east for the rest of the afternoon, except for maybe an isolated one out west. I think the atmosphere has been mainly neutralized here as the line of storms has come through the area. Tornado watch continues down to our south and east over into Hampton Roads. We'll continue to update you occasionally this afternoon as new warnings come about. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority. safety precautions right now. By the way, I know that you want to watch your stories and your soaps, but there are people in the path of these tornadoes, and this takes precedent. I don't like to hear myself talk, but that's just kind of the nature of things. We've got to cover these people that are in the path of this as this line moves through. Okay, McKinney to Rawlings, right in here. That's going to be the circulation, and it is more evident this time around than the one that we had on the west end of Richmond a little while ago. And so this is a circulation that popped up about 15 minutes ago, and it could easily wind back down. In other words, the circulation could be pretty intense for a little while and then just kind of go away. That can happen with these, but that's what we're looking at right here. Is right along Interstate 85 near McKinney. Tornado possibly developing at this point. Now, what this storm has that's different than the one that was up on the west end of Richmond is that it is closer to the radar site. And that's important because the radar sampling, the farther that you get away from the actual radar, which is located on 460 down in Wakefield, the farther away you get, the more of the higher level part of the storm you're sampling. And in this type of scenario where you have what are called low top supercells, you're not getting a good sampling of what's actually going on. This is closer to the radar, so you're getting a little bit better look at what's going on with the storm. Slightly closer to the radar, not that much closer, but slightly closer. So again, this is a circulation here that is being noted on Doppler velocities. That's what we're looking at right here, and that is the potential tornado is going to be right in here. And it's one of those that's just, again, it's not super strong, but it is a bit more evident than the first one that we had on the west end of Richmond. Again, this storm is moving to the northeast, and the tornado warning will remain in effect until 1:45. The storm's going to move up roughly not quite paralleling 85. It's going to be moving more of an east-northeasterly trajectory, but it's going to be approaching that 95 corridor and probably moving not too far away from Carson. So probably a little bit north of Carson. It is moving to the northeast. Mike is putting a storm projection on it. The movement here is northeast at 35 miles per hour. So that's going to take it near DeWitt at 131, which is about 7 minutes from right now. Carson at 149. Reams 152. Templeton at 155. Kenilworth 159. Then we're looking at, let's see, the Petersburg area. Now, that's if this were to track more on a northerly track. I don't think it's going to be heading up toward Petersburg. If it were to, though, it'd be 202 and Colonial Heights at 206. But again, I think that you guys are going to be well north of this track. But just keep in mind, as it moves up this way, it could be coming very close to the 460 and 295. It all depends on how this thing tracks, but I think it's going to be coming up, maybe passing just a little bit south of there. I'd say Prince George area, you guys are definitely in the path of this, even though you're not in the warning at this point. If you are under a tornado warning at this time, and again, you can see it is for Dinwiddie County here, we're looking at basements or the lowest level possible. That's where you want to be from these storms. If you have a basement, that's always the best place to be, below ground level. If you can't get below ground, you just want to get in the lowest part of your home in an interior hall, bathroom, or closet, away from any windows or exterior walls, and then you want to stay out of any automobile. So don't get into a car, and if you have a mobile home, if that's your residence, you want to get out of that and get into a sturdier structure. Again, Brunswick and Dinwiddie, so it is a little bit of Brunswick County. So again, down toward the Rawlings area, but it's primarily into Dinwiddie County here, a little bit of Brunswick County, just right in here, that's it. And now the circulation's actually moved out of Brunswick County, so I would say they're going to lop that part of this warning off, and it's going to be just for Dinwiddie County here. So circulation is now probably just a couple miles to the east of McKinney. It should move just a little bit east of DeWitt. It's going to be right in here. So again, potential circulation, it's now north of Highway 40. So Highway 40 and Interstate 85, that conjunction there, just a little bit to the north of there, and now east of 85, that is where the potential circulation would be. Again, it's not a real strong circulation, but it is a little bit more evident than the one that we had on the west end of Richmond about an hour and a half ago. So again, this is the second tornado warning that we've had for today, and it is a part of a long line of thunderstorms that are severe But there's enough wind shear in there that if you get any kind of upward motion in there, that updraft can begin to rotate and you can get a tornado to develop. And that is what we're seeing here potentially down in Dinwiddie County. Again, north of Highway 40 that runs between McKinney and Stony Creek. So it's going to be a little bit north of there. It's going to be right here. I would say that it's equidistant, about 3 miles to the east of McKinney and about 3 miles to the southeast of the DeWitt area. And so it's going to be staying now to the east of Interstate 95. It's going to be heading up to the north and east, staying a little bit east of Interstate 95, and probably coming a little bit north of Carson. But take your tornado safety precautions if you are in this area here near Carson. Again, the track is likely going to continue to go up almost parallel with 85, but a little bit more of an easterly trajectory. So that's going to take it toward the 95 corridor here in just a little bit. The warning only goes until 1:45, so that only takes it up toward the Carson area here. The current time is 1:27, so we got about 18 more minutes with this tornado warning as it continues to move to the north and east. The storm does. Again, there's the circulation. Looks like they're updating the warning to take Brunswick County out of it. So you can see the tornado warning for Dinwiddie County until 1:45. Again, it's going to be this area right in here, just a little bit south of Interstate 85 and continuing to track to the north and east at 35 miles per hour. That is the speed of this storm. It's a little bit slower, which you'll get a lot of times with a little bit more of a rotating storm, a little bit more surface based, and it may continue to track up right into Prince George County. So this would be Prince George County right in here. So we got Dinwiddie County, Prince George County line right here. And so here comes the storm. So it looks like this could possibly clip southeast sections of the city of Petersburg if it does take a little bit more of a northern track. You guys are awfully close to it, but it looks like it can come in there. Is it 40 miles per hour on the movement, Mike? So it's 40 miles per hour on the movement. So again, not as fast as the 50 that we had earlier. DeWitt, Reams, Walnut Hill in the path here. So 128 DeWitt, 149 Reams, 155 Walnut Hill with this storm. That, again, it's a tornado warning now, continues for about another 17 minutes. Here in the Richmond area, we continue to have moderate to heavy rainfall, and it has resulted in some flooding. So there is a flood advisory for all of the Richmond area, and that goes until 4 o'clock. So that's another 2.5 hours. The severe weather threat for us has come to an end, but we are still experiencing a good bit of heavy rainfall because you see the line, that northern line extends all the way up into Chester, all the way up across 288 to east end of Richmond, getting very heavy rainfall at this time. We still have severe thunderstorm warning in effect for now the northern neck, the middle peninsula. So we're looking at Westmoreland County down into Richmond County, Essex County, King and Queen, King William, and even southeast sections of Hanover County are under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. So that goes until 1:30. As that line continues to track to the east pretty quickly, so stay alert in that area for severe weather. Whole area is also under a severe thunderstorm watch until 6 o'clock. So again, there's that line of storms which could produce some severe weather as it continues to move through the northern neck and middle peninsula. Strong winds indicated by Doppler velocities. This extends way down into, again, the eastern part of the Richmond area, outside of 295 now. Some very heavy rainfall around RIC, Verina area, approaching the 249 corridor, Quinton, New Kent, Talliesville, Williamsburg Road, Roxbury, Providence, Forest, Charles City. Light rain now, but it'll get heavier. And this is the main concern at this point, the potential for a tornado. Going to be right in here. And again, now the velocities, they're starting to wind down a little bit. They're not quite as strong as what we saw a little while ago. So around DeWitt, and again, just a little bit east of DeWitt, I'd say by about a mile, and then approaching eastern sections of Dinwiddie. So the circulation was a bit stronger earlier out near McKinney, and now it has started to weaken. Very, very common to see this type of evolution of a storm that could produce a tornado. You don't always have a very strong circulation that stays together the entire time. A lot of times it'll be, different as it kind of morphs. It gets stronger at times and weaker at times. The warning goes until 1:45. there are your safety precautions if you are in the path of this storm. And again, there's lots of rural area out here. That's good, but there are still people that live in this area between Dinwiddie and Carson out in Dinwiddie County. And that storm, that little segment of the storm that could produce a tornado, continues to move northeast at 40 miles per hour. Again, if we were to extrapolate this, there's a potential for this to affect parts of Prince George County and also maybe far southern sections of the city of Petersburg. That is a possibility as it heads up to the north and east. Again, moving at 40 miles per hour, so it is covering a lot of ground in a fairly short period of time as well. So we're at 1:31 at this moment. This warning goes until 1:45. And you can see that little area right in there, that is the circulation. So DeWitt is right here. We got McKinney, DeWitt, Dinwiddie, and the circulation right in there. So again, it's not the strongest circulation. It looked better about 15 minutes ago just in terms of having the potential to produce a tornado. But it is that area there that continues to show a little bit of a circulation. That's going to be Hawkins Church Road, a little bit east, coming east out of the DeWitt area. And this is going to be Flatfoot Road coming up here as well. And the Mount Level School is a little bit the north of that circulation, very, very close to that school, very close to that circulation. So again, all of that continues to track to the north and east at 40 miles per hour through Dinwiddie County. Tornado warning continues until 1:45. We're going to look at one more scan that updates on this, but I'd say right in here, it's very close to Interstate 85, that circulation is. It looks like there may be a broader circulation with perhaps something trying to develop right in here, and we will continue to look at the velocities here and wait for the next scan to see how this changes, if this changes at all. Again, that's what we're looking at in terms of the intensity. Just the rainfall, very heavy rainfall continues. Strong gusty winds are likely outside of the threat for a tornado. These winds here in green, those indicate winds coming toward the radar. The radar is over here. So again, coming toward the radar here, red is away from the radar. So these are converging winds, but at times they'll kind of fold in on each other. So you get them wrapping around like they're doing right in here. And that is some very weak indication that there could be a tornado developing here. And with this kind of scenario, the tornadoes, they develop very quickly. They're likely not on the ground very long, but they could develop and then lift, and they could develop again, and then it just kind of continues to go on for a while before maybe the whole thing begins to line out again. And that is the hope, is that we end up with just a straight line situation. Again, right in here, this whole area, there may be a couple of different little circulations, but that's the area of concern at this time as this continues to track to the north and east. Again, we're looking at Dinwiddie County, but this is Prince George County in here, and this could easily be affected here shortly. Mike's putting a projection on there, and this covers a lot. This covers if this takes more of an easterly track. It covers if it takes more of a northerly track. Again, center line is going to be right in here. So again, a broad view would take this around Reams at 147. Templeton around 151, the Petersburg area around 156, and then Disputana around 202. So right in here on the 460 corridor. Again, the radar site that we're looking at is out of Wakefield, and that is going to be right along the 460 corridor. And again, there is the circulation. The potential circulation is going to be right in there. Now just a little bit south of Dinwiddie, still east of Interstate 95. It should remain east of Interstate 95 as it continues to track to the east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. Again, circulation is not super strong, but a little bit more evident than the one that we had earlier with the tornado warning for the western part of the Richmond area and the far west end. So another 10 minutes on this tornado warning as this storm continues to move into fairly rural areas. It's going to be crossing Carson Road here. It's right at Flatfoot Road, and right across Flatfoot Road and heading up over toward Carson Road. Hawkins Church Road, Flatfoot Road, and then heading over toward Carson's Road, eventually Old Stage Road as well. So this is all over into Dinwiddie County now. The warning for Brunswick County has been dropped off of there as the storm has moved out of Brunswick County, and the storm continues to move into Dinwiddie County. All right, so we're not looking at the Richmond area. We are not in any threat at this point of severe weather or a tornado. This is down into Dinwiddie County. So again, there's your circulation. And you can see what's going on. This kind of has it's kind of wrapping in a little bit. So a little bit of a bow right here. So that bowing structure, and then right at the northern end of that, it's almost like a small, what's called a bookend vortex. So you get these kind of little bows of strong winds that's indicated here as that little area of green is kind of punched out. And then the top of that is what you call, sometimes you get top and bottom bookend vortices, and this will be the top end of that here, just a little bit east of Dinwiddie, moving into fairly rural areas of Dinwiddie County and continuing to track toward the 95 corridor and toward Prince George County. So as of right now, the warning is contained within Dinwiddie County and continues for about 9 more minutes, but there is the potential, especially the farther east you get, we get into an atmosphere that has a little bit more humidity and a little bit more warmth, and it's not going to take much, but a little more of that will result in a little bit greater chance for tornadoes. So that's why that part of Virginia is under a tornado watch. We're not under a tornado watch here in Richmond, but we are in southeast Virginia. So once you get into Greensville County, you're under a tornado watch. Sussex County, as well as Surrey County tornado watch, and James City County, and all points over to the south and east. It is just a severe thunderstorm watch for the Richmond area and up into the northern neck and middle peninsula. But again, that area there, just a little bit east of Dinwiddie, about 3 miles east of Dinwiddie, it continues to show the potential, at least, for a spin-up weak tornado, and that is in Dinwiddie County. It continues to be a little bit to the east of Interstate 85, right in here, 85. So it will continue to track, again, mainly through rural areas of Dinwiddie County, but over toward the 95 corridor here in just a little bit. So now that circulation is in between Flatfoot Road and Carson Road, about 3 miles east of Dinwiddie. So right in here, so it's right over really Carson Road at this point. And then it'll be between Carson Road and Old Stage Road and east of 85. So in this area here is where we're watching the potential. And it's just that hot spot of green. Again, that would be winds coming in toward the radar with the red going away from the radar and the potential for a circulation there. So Mike's showing inbound winds of 41. Probably have outbound winds of only around 25 or so. I wouldn't think it'd be particularly strong at 19 at this point. But there is the differing wind directions and speeds there. Some indication that there could be a developing tornado in there. Again, it's not a very strong indication, but it's stronger than the one that we saw in the west end of Richmond that triggered the tornado warning a bit earlier this afternoon. So Mike's kind of stepping us through it here. It's moving very, very quickly. It's now east of 85, will remain east of 85. We're going to be looking at Vaughn Road here. So this is an extension here of Old Stage Road. So right in here, and then you've got Vaughn Road, and there's Carson Road. So again, north of Carson Road now, and it's not going to be crossing Old Stage Road, maybe not until it's Vaughn Road, but it will continue to head north and east, and this warning, for all I've seen here, will continue for about another 7 minutes, another 6 minutes or so as it continues to move in. These warnings are shorter than typical. A lot of times you'll see a tornado warning issue for 30 to 45 minutes. These are more in the line of 20 to 25 minutes just because the nature of these circulations, they just don't live very long. A lot of times they'll spin up, and many times you'll end up getting a tornado before a warning is even issued because it happens so quickly and it goes away quickly. So you just have to be very vigilant as to what is going on with the atmosphere. And I would say, especially now that we're getting east of 85 and south of 64, that area is a little bit better set up for some brief tornadoes for the rest of today. So if you do live in that area, just keep that in mind. You've got to stay weather aware for the rest of this afternoon into the early evening for all this finally settles down. So technically still a tornado warning for this storm. Carson Road, a little bit north of Carson Road now, heading over toward Old Stage Road, which is right in here. And then that's going to be moving up to Vaughn Road. And again, it's staying east of Interstate 85. That's good. Got a lot of folks traveling that roadway, staying out mainly over rural areas. The circulation here now just updating. It's going to be right in this general area here. It's not a very tight circulation. But we are seeing something that's a bit closer to the radar site than what we had a little bit earlier with the storm that was up in the west end of Richmond. So close to the radar site is always better, just in terms of getting a better sampling. Until you get right over it, and then it's no good. But you get something very close to the radar site, you get a better sampling of what's going on in the low levels. So this is a little bit truer to what is happening with this storm. Again, what's happening in Richmond is just rain at this point with some localized flooding. We do have a flood advisory that is in effect until 4 o'clock with that storm, and you can see what's going on here in Richmond. We continue with moderate to heavy rainfall. In fact, this rain continues here. You're going to have another wave of rain coming in. This has neutralized the atmosphere, so the severe thunderstorm watch goes till 6. It'll be canceled long before that. In fact, it's already been canceled for Louisa County, Goochland County, and Powhatan County, as well as Amelia and Nottoway, no longer in the watch, and the Richmond area will likely be dropped off of that as well, much earlier than 6 p.m. And there's your tornado watch down here to the south and east. And again, as these storms continue to move into this atmosphere, it's a little bit more conducive for tornadoes, so we might have a couple more warnings in this part. Of course, we're getting into the Norfolk television area at that point, so it'll be an issue for them rather than us. Looking at the flood advisory, Short Pump, Glen Allen area, Mechanicsville, down to Richmond, East End over towards Sandston, down all the way down toward Pocahontas State Park. We've got that till 4 o'clock. We've had a good bit of rainfall, over an inch in some areas, and it all happened in a fairly short period of time. All right, so we're still tracking the potential here for a tornado. That's going to be right here, Old Stage to Vaughn Road. And again, the circulation is still there. It's fairly weak, but it is still there. So again, as that storm tracks to the north and east, there may be an extension of this tornado warning as it heads up, as the storm heads up and starts to approach southern sides maybe of the city of Petersburg. It looks like it will continue to travel north and east, and so Vaughn Road to Johnson Road, this area here, again, we're looking at the city of Petersburg right up here at the very top of the screen. So getting a little bit closer to Petersburg area and getting at the very end of that polygon for the tornado warning, which continues for 2 more minutes. So again, there is the potential that this could be extended, and the storm is kind of on the northern and eastern part, or northern western part of this, so it could come up into Petersburg. The way it looks right now, it could clip Petersburg, and maybe you folks in Prince George need to stay alert, as this could be extended. And if it doesn't get extended, you still have this Boeing structure here that could produce another circulation on it at some point. Again, now walking us through this thing, Mike is taking us to the very end of the polygon here. It is 1:43. We've got just a little longer on this warning, and we will see if it gets continued or if it happens to be allowed to expire a little bit early. There's nothing else that's showing up. This was something that showed up before the warning came out. We were talking about it, so this looks like this is going to be a tornado warning at any minute, and it happened. So that is the nature of this. Is going to happen pretty quickly. We're going to see these circulations, then boom, there's going to be a tornado warning. As of right now, though, severe thunderstorm warning for Colonial Heights, Hopewell, Petersburg, and it includes Dinwiddie, Prince George, Surrey, and Sussex. So taking this line of storms and projecting it north and eastward, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which takes into account a whole broad area here. Charles City, you guys talked about how New Kent and Charles City were not in the severe thunderstorm warning earlier, and now you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes almost up to West Point. So you guys will be kind of next on the line.
Tornado warning is being allowed to expire.
All right, tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire for Dinwiddie County. Again, we'll continue to track this line. That's 2 tornado warnings along this line. And I just don't think, as this line continues to move to the south and east, we've seen the last of them. We'll continue to update you, though, throughout the afternoon. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
Hope you are the only
There's circulation right there. So this is going to be south and east of Yale by a couple of miles, and also south of Littleton. So probably will come right up over Littleton and right along Highway 35 near Littleton. So again, that circulation there, it's moving northeast at, what's the speed on
50.
that? 50 miles per hour, so it's flying right now. So it's moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is in far southeast sections right here of Sussex County. This is the county line between Sussex here and Southampton County down here. So again, it is going to be paralleling the county line, moving north and east up toward Wakefield and the 460 corridor. There is the time of arrival, and Mike's going to adjust that for us. Lumberton 255, Littleton 257, Homeville at 3, Waverly 309, and then over toward Elberon at 319, and that takes it across 460 between Waverly and Wakefield and near Ivor. So that will continue to track to the north and east at 50 miles per hour. Again, far southeast sections of Sussex County, a tornado warning in effect. We will continue to update you over the next several minutes. Stay with CBS 6, the Weather Authority.
Eczema isn't always obvious.
Eczema